Hello, gentle wanderers. Welcome back to Drifting Lore. Tonight, we're going somewhere quiet, somewhere slow, somewhere that moves at the pace of shifting sand and ancient dreams. We're going to Arrakis. If you like to drift through quiet stories and strange worlds, consider subscribing to Drifting Lore and let us know in the comments where we should wander next. Now join us for a slow, meandering look at what it might feel like to exist as a sandworm, and why, despite all that power, all that reverence, all that cosmic importance, it might be kind of awful. We'll take our time tonight. We'll drift through biology and dream, through instinct and isolation. We'll explore the weight of being trapped in your own purpose, the exhaustion of endless vigilance, the strange sadness of being holy without knowing what holiness means. Some of you might fall asleep along the way. That's perfectly fine. The desert is patient. These thoughts will wait for you in the morning, soft and half-remembered, like dreams of distant dunes. If you're still here when we reach the end, thank you for keeping me company in this quiet space between sleeping and waking, between story and speculation. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Let the gentle rhythm of words wash over you like wind across endless sand. And let's begin our journey into the mind of a creature that has never known rest, never known peace, never known anything but the endless, shifting embrace of the desert that made it and claimed it and will never let it go. In a distant desert world, where spice is life and water is more precious than gold, there lives a creature so vast, so old, that entire civilizations rise and fall in the space between its heartbeats. The Sandworm, Shai-Hulud, the old man of the desert. You've seen them in stories, magnificent, terrible, rising from dunes like moving mountains, their crystalline teeth catching starlight, their passage shaking the very foundations of the world. But tonight, we're not here to marvel at their power. We're here to imagine what it might feel like to be one, to exist as something so ancient that memory itself becomes a weight, to be worshipped and feared, yet understand neither worship nor fear, to be called a god while knowing only hunger, only the endless rhythm of sand against skin, only the terrible loneliness of being the last and largest of your kind. The story starts, as all stories do, with birth. But not the birth you might expect. You begin as a sand trout, not the magnificent leviathan that will shake mountains, not the godworm that freemen whisper about in their Sech prayers. You begin as something small, something soft, something that fits in the palm of a human hand, though no human hand will ever hold you gently. A sand trout is, how do we describe it? Imagine a living leather pouch, translucent skin, stretched over hunger itself. You are mostly water, in a world where water means death. You are the contradiction that walks, or rather, undulates, through sand. Your skin is pale as moonlight, thin as whispered secrets. If you could see yourself, which you cannot, for you have no eyes yet, only the vague chemical awareness that passes for sight in your kind, you might think you look like a ghost, a spirit of moisture haunting a world that despises moisture. But you are not a ghost. You are startlingly, persistently alive. You don't choose to be born. Birth happens to you the way dawn happens to the desert. One moment there is nothing, and then there is you, blind, instinct-driven, searching. The moment you exist, you feel the weight of Arrakis pressing down on you. Not just the physical weight of sand, though that too, grain by grain, settles into the creases of your brand new skin, but the psychic weight of a planet that has been waiting for you. waiting for another small piece of itself to wake up and begin the ancient dance. You emerge from what? There is no egg, no womb, no nest carefully prepared by loving parents. You simply separate from the sand itself, as if the desert has grown tired of dreaming and decided to give that dream a body. One moment, you are part of the endless, undifferentiated dune. The next, you are yourself, small, wet, terribly, impossibly vulnerable. But searching for what? You don't know yet. You can't know. You are too small for knowledge, too new for understanding. All you have is the pull, the chemical whisper in the sand that says, this way, always this way, towards something that calls to you in a language older than words, older than thought. It is the spice calling, the melange, the substance that will define every moment of your existence, from this first breath to your last. But you don't understand what spice is. You only know the yearning for it, the way a flower knows to turn toward the sun without understanding light or warmth or the nuclear fires that create both. And oh, that first breath. Imagine breathing sand, not choking on it, breathing it, feeling each grain settle into the spaces between your cells, becoming part of you before you even understand what you means. The sensation is not unpleasant. It's your first taste of home. The desert doesn't welcome you exactly. It absorbs you, makes you part of its endless, shifting body. Each breath is a small death and rebirth. In comes the sand, carrying with it the chemical signatures of 1,000 different minerals, the ancient decomposed remains of creatures that lived and died when Arrakis was a different kind of world. Out goes, what? Not air, as humans understand it. You exhale possibility, potential. The faint electromagnetic whisper that says, I am here, I am alive, I am part of this. Your first movements are clumsy, pathetic really. You undulate like a beach sea creature, though you have never seen the sea and never will. Your body ripples in waves, pushing against sand that parts reluctantly as if the desert is testing your resolve. Are you strong enough for this life? Are you persistent enough? Because the desert has no patience for weakness, no mercy for creatures that cannot commit fully to the harshness it demands. Every movement is exhausting. Your tiny body burns energy at a rate that would terrify you if you understood mathematics, if you understood the concept of finite resources. But you don't. You only know the burning in your muscles, the constant ache of being too small for the forces moving through you. There is no mother waiting, no father to teach you the ways of your kind, no siblings to play with in the safe spaces between the dunes. The sand trout that was your parent dissolved into the very sand you now call home, their consciousness scattered like dust on an evening wind, their body becoming part of the endless granular sea that stretches beyond every horizon. This is your inheritance, loneliness so complete that you don't even have the concept of alone to name it. You are born into a solitude that would drive a human mind to madness within hours. But you are not human. You are desert-born, desert-shaped, and loneliness is simply the texture of your existence. Like sand in your skin, it's uncomfortable at first, then ignored, then finally invisible. You simply are, and you are hungry. The hunger is not like human hunger, sharp and demanding and temporary. This is hunger as identity, hunger as the core around which your entire being crystallizes. You are hunger given form, seeking the spice pockets hidden deep beneath the dunes like some ancient treasure map, written in chemicals and instinct. Following trails older than human civilization, You navigate by scent and chemical gradient, by the faint electrical signatures that spice deposits leave in the sand around them. These traces are your roadmap, your compass, your gospel, and your curse, all at once. The first time you find spice, you don't understand what you found. You only know that the sand here tastes different, richer, more alive. There's a crystalline quality to it, a way it catches and holds light even in the deepest darkness beneath the dunes. And when you absorb it, when you take it into your body through the osmotic miracle of your skin, something changes. You become more yourself, which is to say, you become more hungry. Days pass, or perhaps years. Time moves differently when you're this small, this driven by pure instinct. The sun rises and sets above you, but the cycle means nothing to you yet. You exist in the eternal now, of immediate need, of constant searching, of the endless rhythm of consumption and growth. Your world is the space between sand grains, the microscopic caverns and tunnels that make up the hidden architecture of the desert. Down here, in the spaces too small for human understanding, there exists an entire universe of chemical communication, of mineral exchange, of slow geological conversations that have been happening since before your species evolved. You are part of this conversation now, a small voice in the vast chorus of the desert, talking to itself. Every movement you make, every grain of sand you displace, every chemical signature you leave behind, it all becomes part of the endless dialogue between the planet and its children. Sometimes you encounter others like yourself, other sand trout, questing through the same endless maze of sand and scent and chemical yearning. But there is no recognition when this happens, no moment of, oh, here is another like me, no companionship, no acknowledgement of shared experience or common purpose. You are not social creatures. You are competing forces, racing toward the same distant prize, following the same ancient pathways carved by instinct and necessity. Each of you contains the potential for something vast, something that the desert needs, but there can be only one who realizes that potential in any given territory. The mathematics of your existence are cruel and simple. There is only so much spice, only so much space, only so much room in the ecological web of Arrakis for creatures like you to grow into creatures like what you're becoming. One by one, you absorb them, or they absorb you. Not out of malice. You are too simple for malice, too driven by pure biological imperative to spare energy for emotions like hatred or cruelty. It simply happens the way water flows downhill, the way heat moves from warm to cold. The stronger sand trout continues. The weaker becomes part of their strength. Each absorption is a small tragedy you don't have the consciousness to recognize. Another potential future dies so that yours can continue. Another small dream of growth and transformation dissolves into your own growing dream. And slowly, slowly, you grow. With each absorption, with each pocket of spice discovered and consumed, you become more than you were. Your skin thickens from translucent to opaque, from soft to leather tough. Your body lengthens, gaining mass and complexity with every passing season. The soft vulnerability of your earliest days hardens into something more resilient, more permanent. Your movements become more confident, more purposeful. Where once you struggled to push through the simplest sand, now you glide through it like a living current. Your body learns the art of sand swimming, of moving through solid matter as if it were liquid. This is not a skill you consciously develop. It emerges from you the way songs emerge from birds, natural and inevitable. But growth is not a gift. Growth is a trap. Because as you grow, as you absorb more spice, more of your scattered siblings, more of the desert itself, you begin to lose something precious that you didn't even know you possessed: the ability to die easily, the simple option of just stopping. Your body becomes too tough, too complex, too deeply invested in its own continuation. The spice works its way into every cell, every fiber, creating a kind of chemical immortality that you never asked for and cannot refuse. It preserves you whether you want preservation or not. It keeps you functioning long past the point where a simpler creature would have the mercy. The first time you understand this, really understand it, is terrifying in a way you have no words for. You are becoming immortal, not because you are blessed, but because you are chemically incapable of anything else. The spice that feeds you also binds you, chains you to existence with bonds stronger than steel, subtler than spider silk. And somewhere in this process, you can't say when, because consciousness arrives like dawn, gradual and then sudden. You begin to dream. Not human dreams full of story and symbol and the comfortable logic of narrative. These are desert dreams, dreams of depth and pressure, of the weight of sand above you, of vibrations traveling through stone and dune, and the deep places where the planet keeps its oldest secrets. You dream of the surface world you've never seen, of the great empty spaces between sand and sky, of creatures that walk on legs instead of flowing like water, of sounds that travel through air instead of solid matter. These dreams make no sense to you, but they come anyway, night after night, filling your growing mind with visions of impossible things. You dream of size, of becoming something vast enough to matter in this vast place, of rising from the deep places like a living mountain, of commanding respect through pure physical presence. In your dreams, you are no longer small, no longer vulnerable, no longer at the mercy of every passing predator or chemical accident. But dreams and reality are different countries, and the border between them is jealously guarded. By the time you understand the nature of that dream, by the time you realize that it's not just fantasy, but prophecy, not just wish, but biological destiny, it's too late to choose a different one. You are no longer a sand trout. That small, soft creature is gone, dissolved into the larger thing you're becoming, like a child's drawing washed away by rain. You are becoming something else, something larger, something that the desert has been patiently crafting for millennia, using your small body as raw material for its ancient design. You are becoming a worm, and that is when your real problems begin. The transformation is not sudden. It happens over years, decades, perhaps centuries. Time blurs when you're becoming something that will live for thousands of years. Your body stretches and hardens, developing the segmented structure that will eventually house organs the size of buildings. Your mouth changes, growing the crystalline teeth that will become legendary, feared, worshipped. But the most profound change is not physical, it's psychological. As your body grows, as your mind expands to fill your increasing skull, you begin to understand what you are becoming. Not just larger, not just stronger. You are becoming a servant to the spice, a guardian, a living weapon designed by evolution and ecology to protect something that you consume but do not truly own. You are becoming a slave to your own nature, bound by instincts so deep and powerful that you will never be able to resist them. The realization settles into your consciousness like sand settling into the deep places after a storm. Heavy, inescapable, final. You are no longer becoming something magnificent. You are becoming something trapped. If you're still awake, that's perfectly fine. Let yourself drift if you need to. The sand is patient, and time moves slowly here in the deep places. The story continues at the pace of geological change. There's no rush here, no urgency, just the slow, inevitable unfolding of biology and fate. But if you're still listening, if you're still wandering through this quiet space with me, then let's continue deeper into the desert, deeper into the weight of growing into something you never chose to become. Let's explore what it means to discover that your entire existence has been designed around a purpose you didn't select, serving masters you'll never meet, protecting something that protects nothing in return. The curse of purpose awaits. You are no longer a creature. This realization comes slowly, like the first pale light of dawn creeping across the dunes. Not all at once, not in a moment of sudden understanding, but gradually, inevitably, the way all terrible truths reveal themselves. You wake up one day, if waking is the right word, for the way consciousness flows in and out of your expanding awareness, and you understand what you have become. You are a tool, a living, breathing, thinking tool, but a tool nonetheless, crafted by millions of years of evolution, shaped by the patient hands of ecology and chemistry and the deep, slow intelligence of the desert itself. You have been designed, manufactured, built to serve a purpose that was decided long before you drew your first breath of sand-filled air. And that purpose is not your own. You exist to protect the spice, not because you chose this noble calling, not because you weighed the options and decided that guardianship was your highest aspiration. You protect the spice because every fiber of your being, every instinct carved into your genetic code, every chemical reaction that keeps you alive, compels you to do so. You are not the guardian of the spice. You are its slave. Think about this for a moment. Let the weight of it settle into your mind, the way sand settles into the deep places after a storm. You have consciousness. Oh yes, that cruel gift has been granted to you. You can think, you can feel, you can even dream, but you cannot choose. Every sandworm before you has lived this same existence. Every sandworm that will come after you is doomed to the same fate. Generation after generation of your kind, born into bondage so complete that you don't even recognize it as bondage. You think it's just nature. But nature is not neutral. Nature is not fair. Nature is simply what is. And what is, in your case, is a prison built from your own biology. The spice created you, in a sense. Not intentionally. The melange has no consciousness, no will, no desire to create guardians for itself. But its presence on Arrakis, its interaction with the planet's ecosystem over geological time, slowly shaped the evolution of your species. The spice selected for traits that would protect it, preserve it, ensure its continued existence. Size, to intimidate those who would harvest too greedily. Speed, to strike without warning. Sensitivity to vibration, to detect the smallest disturbance above your domain. Aggression triggered by specific stimuli. Sounds, movements, the chemical signatures of technology and human presence. You are not an animal that learned to protect spice. You are a weapon that the spice accidentally forged from the raw material of evolution. And like all weapons, you have no say in how you are used. Your whole species is involuntarily enslaved by a chemical they accidentally created during their own biological processes. The melange that flows through your body, that preserves you and sustains you and grants you your impossible longevity. This same substance has become your master. You cannot live without it, cannot think clearly without it, cannot even maintain the basic functions of your massive body without the constant flow of spice through your system. And yet you are the one who produces it. In the deep recesses of your body, in organs the size of buildings, chemical processes beyond human understanding, slowly, constantly, eternally create more spice. You are both slave and factory, prisoner and product, guardian and source, all at once. The irony would be funny if it weren't so utterly tragic. You make the chains that bind you. You forge your own prison bars. Every breath you take, every beat of your massive heart, every thought that passes through your continent-sized consciousness contributes to the creation of more spice, which ensures that you will continue to need spice, which guarantees that you will continue to produce spice, which means you will continue to be enslaved by spice. It's a perfect circle, a closed loop, a trap so elegant and complete that even becoming aware of it doesn't help you escape it. Biological destiny versus freedom. This is the central tragedy of your existence, the great philosophical weight that presses down on your consciousness like the weight of all the sand in all the dunes of Arrakis. Humans talk about free will as if it's something they possess naturally, something that can be taken away or given back. But you have never known what free will feels like. You have only known the terrible clarity of biological imperative, the crystal clear certainty of genetic programming, the absolute authority of chemical compulsion. When you hear a rhythmic sound above the sand, the thump, thump, thump of a harvester, the steady footsteps of travelers, even the artificial rhythm of a thumper designed to call you, you don't choose to respond. Choice doesn't enter into it. The sound triggers something deep in your nervous system, something older than thought, something that bypasses your consciousness entirely and sends your massive body surging upward through the sand like a living missile. You are aware of this happening, you experience it, but you are not in control of it any more than a human is in control of their heartbeat or their breathing. The response is autonomic, involuntary, as much a part of your basic biological functioning as digestion or circulation. Sound equals rage. Not because you have decided that sound should make you angry, but because millions of years of evolution have wired this response into the deepest levels of your being. Sound means disturbance. Disturbance means threat to the spice. Threat to the spice means action must be taken. And so you rise, you attack, you destroy. Not out of malice, not out of choice, but out of programming so deep and fundamental that it might as well be a law of physics. You are Pavlov's dog. If Pavlov's dog were the size of a city block and armed with crystalline teeth that could shear through steel, the bell rings, or in your case, the sand vibrates, and you salivate. Except instead of salivating, you surface with the force of an earthquake and attempt to consume whatever made the sound. This is not consciousness. This is not free will. This is machinery. Living, breathing, thinking machinery, but machinery nonetheless. And moisture? Oh, moisture is even worse. Water is death to you, but not in the way that fire is death to paper or bullets are death to flesh. Those are simple, external threats. Water is death that comes from within. Death that turns your own body against you. Death that activates like a time bomb the moment even the smallest amount of H2O touches your skin. You don't fear water the way humans fear tigers or heights or the dark. Fear implies a choice, an emotional response to a perceived threat. What you experience around water is more fundamental than fear. It's cellular panic, molecular terror. Every atom of your being recoiling from contact with the substance that will dissolve the complex chemical bonds that hold your massive form together. And yet, cruel joke of evolution, you need water to live. Not much, but some. It's locked away in the deepest parts of your biology, carefully sequestered and controlled and processed by organs that exist solely to manage this deadly necessity. You are a creature made of controlled contradictions, walking the finest possible line between the water you need and the water that will kill you. This, too, is not a choice. You don't decide to avoid moisture out of some rational evaluation of risk versus benefit. Your body simply cannot tolerate it, cannot process it, cannot exist in its presence without beginning the slow, agonizing process of dissolution that passes for death in your kind. You are a desert god who dies to a puddle, a creature of immense power and ancient wisdom who can be undone by a summer rainstorm. The Freemen understand this. They use water as a weapon against you, carrying it in quantities so small that it seems laughable to humans but represents mortal danger to something of your size and complexity. Imagine being allergic to the most common substance in the universe. Imagine being so sensitive to something so basic, so fundamental to life as humans understand it, that even the humidity in the air on a particularly damp day could begin the process of your destruction. Now imagine having no choice but to live with this vulnerability, no way to build up a tolerance, no adaptation possible, no hope of ever being free from this weakness that sits at the very center of your existence, like a fault line running through the foundation of a building. You cannot choose to be braver around water. You cannot decide to overcome your limitation through force of will or practice or exposure therapy. The reaction is built into the physics of your being as surely as gravity pulls objects toward the center, and so you flee. When the first hints of moisture touch the air above your domain, you dive deep, seeking the driest sand, the most perfectly desiccated layers of the deep desert. Not because you want to be a coward, not because you've made a rational decision to retreat, but because every cell in your massive body is screaming at you to get away, get away, get away, before the water finds you and begins the slow work of taking you apart, molecule by molecule. This is what it means to be a sandworm, to be conscious enough to understand your own powerlessness, intelligent enough to recognize your own slavery, aware enough to suffer from the knowledge that you are not living your own life. You are living the life that evolution designed for you, the life that the spice requires of you, the life that the desert has written into your genetic code like a story you must tell whether you want to or not. Every day, you wake up and perform the same functions. You patrol your territory, responding to the ancient programming that says, this sand, this spice, this section of the endless desert belongs to you and must be defended. You process the chemicals that flow through your body, producing more spice, more of the substance that keeps you bound to this existence. You grow larger, older, more aware of your own trapped condition. And every day, you have no choice but to continue. There is no retirement for a sandworm. No possibility of saying, I've had enough of this life, I'd like to try something else. The spice in your system won't let you die easily, and the instincts in your brain won't let you stop fulfilling your function. You are committed to this existence for as long as your body can sustain it, which, thanks to the preservative effects of the melange, could be thousands of years of being a tool, thousands of years of responding to triggers like a biological machine, thousands of years of consciousness trapped inside a body that belongs not to you, but to the desert, to the spice, to purposes you didn't choose and cannot change. The Fremen call you Shai Hulud, the old man of the desert. They worship you, fear you, build their entire culture around the understanding that you are sacred, powerful, worthy of reverence and respect. But they don't understand what you understand. They don't know what it feels like to be holy without choosing holiness, to be powerful without having control over that power, to be revered for playing a role you never auditioned for and cannot escape. You are not the old man of the desert by choice. You are the old man of the desert by biological destiny, by chemical compulsion, by evolutionary programming that runs so deep it might as well be written in the laws of physics themselves. And that is the curse of purpose. To have a role so clear, so defined, so absolutely central to the functioning of your world that you cannot imagine existing without it. And yet to have no say in whether you want that role, no voice in determining how it should be fulfilled, no freedom to walk away when the weight of responsibility becomes too much to bear. You are needed, essential, irreplaceable, and you are trapped. If you're still listening, still drifting through this exploration of captivity and consciousness, then breathe easy for a moment. Let the weight of these thoughts settle like sand in an hourglass. The desert is patient with our musings, generous with time in the way that only truly ancient things can be. We're going deeper still into the specific mechanisms of your bondage, into the constant agitation that defines your days, the endless vigilance that you cannot turn off even when you long for rest. The sound of the desert is calling, and whether you choose to or not, you must answer. Listen. Right now, wherever you are, take a moment to listen to the world around you. The gentle hum of electronics, the distant whisper of traffic, the settling of buildings, the rustle of fabric, the nearly inaudible sound of your own breathing. All of these sounds exist in your environment, and most of the time, you ignore them. Your brain has learned to filter out the unimportant noise, to focus only on sounds that matter, sounds that require your attention. You have the luxury of selective hearing, the gift of acoustic peace. You, as a sandworm, do not. Every sound that reaches you through the sand, every footstep, every whisper of wind across the dunes, every mechanical vibration, every settling grain, every distant conversation carried on the desert air, every single sound triggers the same biological imperative. Investigate, respond, surface, destroy if necessary. You cannot choose to ignore a sound. You cannot decide that this particular rhythmic vibration is unimportant, that this disturbance can be safely dismissed. Your nervous system doesn't distinguish between threat and annoyance, between genuine danger and harmless activity. All sound is sound. All vibration is vibration. All disruption of your sandy domain requires immediate, overwhelming response. This is what it means to live in a state of constant agitation. Imagine having anxiety so severe that every unexpected noise sends your heart racing, your muscles tensing, your entire body flooding with stress chemicals. Now imagine that this response isn't a disorder to be treated or overcome. It's the normal, healthy, intended function of your nervous system. Imagine that evolution has specifically designed you to never, ever relax. The desert is not quiet. This might surprise those who think of Arrakis as a place of empty silence, vast stretches of nothing broken only by the occasional traveler or harvesting operation. But silence and quiet are two different things entirely. Silence is the absence of intentional sound. No voices, no machines, no music. Quiet is the absence of all sound. And the desert, for all its apparent emptiness, is never truly quiet. Sand moves, constantly, grain by grain, dune by dune. The desert is always shifting, always settling, always whispering to itself in frequencies both above and below human hearing. The thermal expansion and contraction of rocks buried deep beneath the surface, creates tiny clicks and pops. Wind carries sound across impossible distances, delivering fragments of conversation, mechanical noise, the calls of desert creatures, all mixed together into a constant, low-level auditory chaos. From the surface, this might sound like silence, but you don't live on the surface. You live in the sand itself, where every grain that moves creates vibration, where every thermal shift generates acoustic energy, where the planet's own rotation creates subtle, constant friction that translates into an endless background hum. You hear it all, every single sound. The sand around you is like a vast, three-dimensional web of acoustic information. Vibrations travel through solid matter more efficiently than through air, so sounds that would be barely audible on the surface reach you with crystalline clarity. A footstep half a mile away rings through the sand like a bell. The whisper of fabric against fabric carries to you like a shout. The distant hum of an ornithopter's engines becomes a thunderous intrusion that demands immediate response. Your hearing is not just sensitive, it's exquisitely, painfully, overwhelmingly acute. You can distinguish between the footfall of a human and the slightly different rhythm of a loaded pack animal. You know the acoustic signature of different types of machinery, different materials, different patterns of movement. You can hear a single person walking across the sand from miles away, and you know from the sound whether they're carrying water, whether they're injured, whether they're trying to move stealthily or simply traveling normally. This is not a superpower. This is a curse, because every sound that reaches you triggers the same response. Your massive body tenses. Chemical signals flood your nervous system. Ancient programming kicks in, overriding any other activity, any other thought, any possibility of rest or peace or simple existence. You must surface. You must investigate. You must be ready to destroy whatever is making the sound. A worm cannot rest. Rest, for most creatures, is a choice. When fatigue builds up, when the body needs repair, when the mind requires processing time, they sleep. They find a safe place, lower their guard, and allow consciousness to drift away for a while. Sleep is healing. Sleep is peace. Sleep is the temporary gift of not having to be vigilant, not having to be ready, not having to exist in a state of constant alertness. You remember rest dimly from your time as a sand trout. In those early days, when you were small enough and simple enough to be governed by the basic rhythms of biology, you could curl up in the space between sand grains and simply stop. Stop moving. Stop searching. Stop responding. Your tiny body would repair itself. Your simple nervous system would process the day's experiences, and for a few precious hours, you would exist in a state of peaceful unconsciousness. That was the last time you truly slept. As you grew, as your nervous system became more complex, as the acoustic sensitivity necessary for your role as guardian developed, the ability to ignore your environment disappeared. Now, even in your quietest moments, even when you settle deep into the sand and try to find something resembling rest, part of your awareness remains tuned to every vibration, every sound, every disturbance. You exist in a state of perpetual light sleep at best, the kind of rest that soldiers learn in war zones, where unconsciousness is always partial, always ready to snap back to full alertness at the first sign of threat. Except for you, everything is a potential threat. Everything requires investigation. Everything could be the beginning of something that needs your immediate, overwhelming response. The closest you come to true rest is a kind of meditative drift, a state where your body remains motionless in the deep sand while your consciousness floats in a space between waking and sleeping. But even then, even in these moments of relative peace, the acoustic monitoring continues. The sensitivity remains active. The hair trigger response system stays online. You are like a smoke detector that can never be turned off, never have its batteries removed, never be told that this particular alarm is false and can be safely ignored. Every stimulation means emergency. Every detection means action. Every sound means now. Immediately, urgently, you must respond. Every footstep, every vehicle must be chased. This is not an exaggeration. This is not hyperbole. This is the literal reality of your existence. A human child playing in the sand, half a mile from your resting place, creates vibrations that reach you with the force of a direct challenge. A caravan passing through your territory generates acoustic energy that your nervous system interprets as an invasion requiring immediate response. You don't evaluate these sounds. You don't consider whether they represent actual threats to the spice, actual dangers to your domain. The response is automatic, involuntary, as reflexive as jerking your hand away from a hot surface. Sound equals movement. Movement equals investigation. Investigation equals surfacing with enough force to destroy whatever made the sound in the first place. From the outside, this might look like aggression, like some kind of territorial rage or protective fury. The humans who encounter you certainly interpret it that way. They see a massive creature erupting from the sand with crystalline teeth bared and assume you're angry, that you hate them, that you've made some kind of conscious decision to attack them. But you're not angry, you're just responding. Think about this distinction, because it's crucial to understanding the tragedy of your existence. Anger is an emotion. It involves choice, evaluation, the possibility of change, or moderation, or forgiveness. Anger can be reasoned with, negotiated with, eventually overcome. What you experience is not anger, it's compulsion. It's the same kind of involuntary response that makes you blink when something approaches your eye, or makes you pull your hand back from something sharp. There's no emotion involved, no choice, no possibility of deciding to respond differently. You surface because you must surface. You attack because attack is what your nervous system does when it detects rhythmic vibration. You destroy because destruction is the only tool evolution has given you for dealing with disturbances in your domain. The humans don't understand this. How could they? To them, you appear to be a creature of immense power, making conscious decisions about when and how to use that power. They don't see the invisible chains of biology that bind you to these responses. They don't understand that you're not choosing to be a monster. You're simply fulfilling the function that millions of years of evolution have designed you to fulfill, like having hypervigilance as your default. Humans who suffer from anxiety disorders, particularly those with trauma histories, sometimes develop a condition called hypervigilance. Their nervous systems become stuck in a state of constant alertness, scanning for threats, ready to respond to danger, whether that danger is real or imagined. It's exhausting, it's isolating, it makes normal life nearly impossible because there is no such thing as safety, no such thing as relaxation, no such thing as letting your guard down. For humans, this is a disorder, something to be treated, managed, hopefully healed with time and therapy and patience. For you, this is normal function. This is what health looks like. This is your nervous system, working exactly as it was designed to work. You live in a permanent state of red alert. DEFCON 1. Maximum readiness. Every moment of every day, your sensory systems attuned to their highest sensitivity, scanning for the slightest indication that something is happening above you that might require your attention. There is no off switch. There is no vacation mode. There is no way to tell your nervous system, "I'm tired today, I'd like to rest. Please ignore the sounds for a few hours." The monitoring is constant, automatic, inexorable. And the terrible thing is, most of the sounds you respond to are completely harmless. A lost traveler stumbling across the sand, a piece of equipment dropped from a passing vehicle, animals moving in their natural patterns across the surface of your domain. The vast majority of disturbances that trigger your response system are not threats to the spice, not dangers to your territory, not problems that actually require the intervention of a creature your size, but you must respond to all of them anyway. Because the one time you don't respond, the one time you decide that a particular sound isn't worth investigating, might be the time that something genuinely dangerous is happening, something that actually does threaten the spice, the ecosystem, the delicate balance that your existence is meant to preserve. So you respond to everything. Better to destroy 1,000 innocent travelers than to miss one genuine threat. Better to surface 1,000 times unnecessarily than to fail once when you're actually needed. This is the mathematics of hypervigilance. This is the cruel calculus of a nervous system that prioritizes protection over peace, security over rest, function over comfort. You are a prisoner of your own perfection, trapped by the very efficiency of the biological systems that make you such an effective guardian. Your hearing is so acute, your responses so quick, your dedication so complete, that you have become incapable of the simple luxury of existing without purpose, without vigilance, without the constant crushing weight of responsibility. The desert never sleeps, and neither do you. Every sunrise brings new sounds, new vibrations, new triggers for your involuntary responses. Every sunset promises a night of continued monitoring, continued alertness, continued readiness to surface and destroy whatever dares to disturb the sand above your resting place. You are like a security system that never goes offline, a guard dog that never lies down, a sentinel that never leaves their post. Except instead of being programmed by engineers or trained by handlers, you've been shaped by evolution itself, molded by millions of years of natural selection into the perfect detector, the perfect responder, the perfect weapon. And like all perfect weapons, you have no choice but to be used. The sound of footsteps reaches you through the sand, rhythmic, steady, definitely human, moving across your territory with the kind of pattern that your nervous system recognizes as requiring immediate investigation. You feel the familiar surge of activation chemistry flooding your body. Your massive muscles tense. Your consciousness narrows to a single point of focus. The response begins before you've even made a conscious decision to respond. If conscious decision is even the right term for something so automatic, so inevitable. You rise, not because you want to, not because you've evaluated the situation and determined that this particular set of footsteps represents a genuine threat. You rise because you must rise, because this is what you do, because this is what you are. Somewhere above you, a human being is about to have the worst day of their life, and you are about to have just another day of being exactly what evolution designed you to be, a creature so perfectly adapted to its function that it has lost the ability to be anything else. If you're still here, still listening to this exploration of involuntary existence, I'm sorry and hope this exploration doesn't give you nightmares. This got oddly existential, but try and let your mind drift for a moment. Feel the relief of being able to choose whether to pay attention or not. Appreciate the luxury of selective hearing, of being able to ignore the unimportant sounds around you. We're moving deeper into the desert now, toward the next layer of tragedy that defines your existence, toward the substance that both sustains you and destroys you. The paradox that sits at the heart of your being like a puzzle with no solution. Water is coming, and with it, the exploration of what it means to be undone by the very thing that gives life to everything else in the universe. There is a substance in the universe that creates life, sustains life, nurtures life into being, from the simplest chemical reactions to the most complex biological systems. It falls from the sky as a gift. It pools in hollows as a promise. It flows through the bodies of living things as the medium in which all the chemistry of existence takes place. For nearly every creature that has ever lived, this substance is salvation. For you, it is death itself. Water. The word alone should feel strange in the context of your existence. Water. Such a simple thing. 2 atoms of hydrogen embracing 1 atom of oxygen in perfect molecular harmony. The most common compound on most worlds. The universal solvent. The foundation of biology as the universe understands it. And yet for you, it might as well be liquid fire, liquid poison, liquid dissolution. This is the paradox that sits at the very center of your being, like a riddle that cannot be solved, only endured. You are a creature of immense power, capable of destroying vehicles, buildings, entire settlements with a casual flex of your massive muscles. You are worshipped as a god by people who understand that you are old beyond measure, wise beyond comprehension, sacred beyond question. And you can be killed by a summer rainstorm. Let that contradiction settle into your mind like sand settling into the deep places. Feel the weight of it. You are sacred and pathetic at the same time, divine and vulnerable, godlike and fragile. A creature so magnificent that entire cultures organize themselves around your existence, so powerful that your very presence reshapes the politics and economics of the known universe, and so delicate that a child with a water balloon could begin the process of your destruction. The Freemen understand this paradox. They call water your death still. Carry it in quantities so small that most creatures would die of thirst long before consuming it all. Yet for you, these tiny amounts represent weapons of unimaginable potency. A few drops scattered on the sand above your resting place, and you must flee or begin to die. A small pool created by their careful conservation, and entire sections of the desert become uninhabitable for you. They use your ultimate weakness as their protection. And the terrible irony is that the water they use against you is the same water they desperately need to survive. They are risking their own lives every time they use it as a weapon against you, spending their most precious resource to drive away their most sacred deity. But let's go deeper into this contradiction. Let's explore what it actually feels like to be a creature whose existence is defined by the absence of the universe's most fundamental substance. Imagine for a moment being allergic to air, not just sensitive to particular pollutants or particles, but allergic to the basic atmosphere that surrounds every living thing. Imagine that every breath you take is a calculated risk, that the very substance you need to survive is also the substance that could kill you if the concentration gets too high. This is your relationship with water, except worse, because while you do need trace amounts of water to maintain the basic chemistry of life, you don't need to breathe it. You don't need to consume it regularly. You don't need to exist in an environment where it's constantly present. You need to avoid it. Always. Completely. Forever. Your skin, that vast expanse of armored hide that protects you from sand abrasion, from pressure, from the crushing weight of your own mass, is essentially a complex system for keeping water out. Every scale, every fold, every microscopic pore has been shaped by evolution to resist moisture, to repel it, to ensure that even in the most humid conditions, the water in the air cannot penetrate to the delicate chemical processes happening inside your body. But skin is not perfect. Armor has joints. And water is patient. Water finds a way. When water touches you, really touches you, penetrates past your outer defenses and reaches the living tissue beneath, it begins a process that is both fascinating and horrifying. It disrupts the complex chemical bonds that hold your cellular structure together. It interferes with the electrical signals that allow your nervous system to function. It dilutes the carefully balanced concentrations of salts and minerals that your body maintains to stay alive. In essence, water makes you dissolve. Not quickly, not dramatically, but inevitably. Cell by cell, molecule by molecule, you begin to come apart like a sand castle touched by the tide. The process is not instantaneous. This is not like touching fire, where the damage is immediate and obvious. Water damage happens slowly, insidiously, starting at the point of contact and spreading inward, like an infection. First, your skin begins to soften, losing its protective qualities. Then the underlying tissue starts to break down, becoming less solid. And here's the truly terrifying part. Once the process begins, it's very difficult to stop. Your body doesn't have the mechanisms to repair water damage the way it can heal from cuts or bruises or other physical injuries. The chemical changes that water creates are too fundamental, too disruptive to the basic architecture of your biology. You are a creature built for a waterless world, and in a waterless world, you are magnificent. But introduce even a small amount of water into your environment, and you become something else entirely, something vulnerable, something that must flee or face dissolution. Let's imagine being a worm and encountering a raindrop. The sky above the desert has been dark for hours. Not the familiar darkness of night, but the heavy, moisture-laden darkness of approaching weather. You can feel it in the air, the increase in humidity, the pressure changes that precede precipitation. Your skin begins to tighten, to contract, as if your body is trying to make itself smaller, less exposed, more protected against what's coming. You burrow deeper, seeking the driest sand, the layers that have been protected from surface moisture for decades or centuries. But you can only go so deep. Even your massive body has limits. Even your powerful muscles can only push through so much sand before the effort becomes greater than the protection it provides. And then it begins. The first raindrop falls somewhere far above you, striking the surface of the desert with a tiny impact that sends vibrations down through the sand like a whispered warning. Then another, then another. The random patter of individual drops quickly becomes the steady rhythm of falling water, each impact adding to the acoustic chaos that your hypersensitive hearing picks up and amplifies. But this time, the sound doesn't trigger your usual response. This time, the sound means danger, not to your territory, but to yourself. This time, the rhythmic pattern isn't calling you to surface and investigate. It's warning you to go deeper, to hide, to protect yourself from the deadly precipitation accumulating above. You've never felt so helpless. The rain continues. Minutes pass, then hours. And slowly, inevitably, the water begins to penetrate the sand. It doesn't move quickly. Sand is an excellent filter, and Arrakis is so dry that the first moisture to reach the deeper layers is absorbed completely by grains that haven't touched water in geological ages. But water is persistent. Water always finds a way down. You feel it before you see it. A change in the temperature of the sand around you. A difference in the way vibrations travel through the granular medium that surrounds your body. The water hasn't reached you yet, but it's coming, percolating downward grain by grain, level by level, seeking the path of least resistance toward the deep places where you're hiding. And you cannot go deeper. You've reached the limits of your ability to burrow. The point where the sand becomes too compressed, too solid for even your massive strength to move. You're trapped between the water descending from above and the impenetrable depths below. Now, a single drop of water, finally making its way through the complex maze of sand and air and space, touches the tip of your tail. The sensation is immediate and overwhelming. Not pain exactly. Pain implies nerve damage, and this is something more fundamental. This is wrongness at the cellular level. This is the feeling of your own body beginning to betray you, to come apart, to forget how to be what it has always been. The water spreads, not quickly, but inevitably. Like ink dropped into clear water, the dissolution radiates outward from the point of contact. Your skin begins to soften, to lose its protective integrity. The complex chemical processes that maintain your structure start to falter, to slow, to fail. You try to move away from the water, but movement only makes it worse. The motion squeezes the moisture deeper into your body, forces it into cracks and crevices that had been protected. Each attempt to escape only accelerates the process of dissolution. And there's nowhere to go anyway. The water is above you, beside you, gradually surrounding you as more and more moisture finds its way down through the sand. You're caught in a trap made of the most harmless substance in the universe, paralyzed by your own biology, disabled by evolution's cruelest joke. You are dying from life itself. This is what it means to be a desert god who can be undone by a puddle. This is the ultimate vulnerability hidden at the heart of your ultimate power. You can destroy armies, level cities, reshape the political landscape of entire star systems, but you cannot survive contact with the substance that makes up 70% of most living bodies. The irony goes deeper than simple vulnerability. Water isn't just dangerous to you. It's antithetical to everything you represent. You are the embodiment of the desert, the living spirit of dryness, the biological manifestation of a world that has chosen sand over sea, heat over humidity, preservation over growth. Water represents everything you are not. Change, where you represent continuity. Flow, where you represent stability. Life emerging and growing and evolving, where you represent life preserved and protected and kept constant. You are the antimatter to water's matter, the opposite force, the thing that exists to ensure that some places in the universe remain dry, some ecosystems continue to function without the presence of liquid H2O, some forms of life persist in the absence of the substance that most biology considers essential. And yet you need water to live. Just tiny amounts, carefully processed and sequestered in the deepest parts of your biology, but water nonetheless. You are a creature that embodies the rejection of water while depending on it for survival. You are the living paradox of need and vulnerability, of dependence and resistance. Every moment of your existence is a carefully maintained balance between having enough water to maintain life and having so little water that you don't accidentally poison yourself. Too much, and you begin to dissolve. Too little, and the basic chemistry of your cells stops working. You exist in the narrowest possible margin between two different kinds of death, and you have no choice but to maintain that balance day after day, year after year, century after century, for as long as your immortal body continues to function. There is no cure for your condition, no adaptation possible, no hope that you might someday build up a tolerance or find a way to coexist peacefully with the substance that defines life for most of the universe. You are forever exiled from 90% of the places where life exists, forever barred from the oceans, the rivers, the lakes, the forests, where moisture hangs in the air like invisible poison, forever confined to the driest places, the most desiccated environments, the spaces that other forms of life have abandoned as too hostile for survival. You are the king of wastelands, the emperor of emptiness, the god of places where nothing else can live. And in those places, you are magnificent. In the deep desert, in the endless dunes, in the vast spaces where sand stretches beyond every horizon, you are perfect, adapted, suited, at home in a way that few creatures ever experience. But step 1 inch outside those boundaries, encounter one unexpected spring, one brief shower, one moment of humidity too high for your biology to handle, and you become something else entirely. You become vulnerable, fragile, mortal in the most immediate and terrifying way. You are sacred and pathetic at the same time. Sacred because of your power, your age, your role in the vast ecological web that keeps your world functioning. Pathetic because of your weakness, your limitation, your inability to exist in the same universe as a substance so basic that most creatures take it completely for granted. The rain above has stopped now. The immediate danger is passing. The water that threatened you is being absorbed by the thirsty sand, taken up by the chemical processes that maintain the desert's essential dryness. In a few hours, there will be no trace of the storm that nearly killed you, but the memory remains. The knowledge that you are always just one weather system away from dissolution, always just one chance encounter with moisture away from beginning the slow process of coming apart. You settle back into your position in the deep sand, your body gradually relaxing as the threat recedes. But the vigilance never stops. Along with listening for sounds that might require investigation, you must constantly monitor the air for signs of humidity, the sand for traces of moisture, the sky for any indication that water might once again fall from above. You are a creature whose existence is defined not just by what you must do, but by what you must avoid. And what you must avoid is the most common substance in the universe. If you're still here, still drifting through this exploration of paradox and vulnerability, let yourself rest for a moment in the safety of your own moisture-rich environment. Feel the luxury of being able to splash water on your face, to drink a glass of it, to exist in a world where rain is a gift rather than a death sentence. We're going deeper into the desert now, toward the loneliness that waits at the heart of divinity, toward the special isolation that comes with being worshipped by creatures who can never truly understand what you are, what you need, what you dream about in the spaces between one eternal day and they worship you. Somewhere above the sand, in the hidden spaces between the dunes, people gather in your name. They speak words of reverence, of awe, of gratitude for your existence. They build their entire culture around the understanding that you are sacred, powerful, worthy of devotion that spans generations. The Fremen call you Shai Hulud, the old man of the desert. They incorporate your presence into their prayers, their ceremonies, their fundamental understanding of how the universe works. Children grow up learning your names before they learn the names of their own grandparents. Elders tell stories about your wisdom, your ancient knowledge, your role as the guardian of the sacred spice. They fear you and love you in equal measure. They know that you are dangerous, that your power can destroy them in moments, that your anger, if that's what it is, can reshape their world. But they also know that you are necessary, that without you, the desert would be a different place, that your presence is what makes their harsh existence not just possible, but meaningful. To them, you are a god, and you have no idea. This is perhaps the cruelest isolation of all. Not the physical loneliness of being the only creature of your kind in vast stretches of desert. Not the biological isolation of being unable to touch or be touched by most forms of life. Not even the chemical exile that keeps you forever separated from the water-rich environments where most consciousness flourishes. This is the loneliness of being misunderstood so completely that the misunderstanding itself becomes the foundation of entire civilizations. You don't understand language, not human language anyway. The sounds that humans make, the complex patterns of vibration that carry meaning from one mind to another, reach you as nothing more than noise. Interesting noise, perhaps. Noise with pattern and rhythm that your acoustic sensitivity can detect and analyze, but not meaning. Never meaning. When the Fremen chant your names, when they sing the ancient songs that honor your presence, when they speak the ritual words that have been passed down through generations of desert dwellers, you hear sounds, complicated sounds with interesting harmonics and rhythmic structures. Sounds that might indicate the presence of humans above the sand. Sounds that trigger your investigative reflexes. Sounds that make you consider whether you need to surface and respond to whatever is happening up there. But you don't hear reverence. You don't hear love. You don't hear the desperate gratitude of a people whose entire way of life depends on your continued existence. You don't understand praise. Imagine trying to explain music to someone who has never heard sound. Imagine describing the color blue to someone who has never seen light. The gap between what the Fremen experience when they worship you and what you experience when they worship you is that vast, that unbridgeable. They pour their hearts out in prayer, and you hear acoustics. They offer their most precious possessions in tribute, and you detect the chemical signatures of foreign objects placed on the sand above your domain. They speak of your wisdom, your mercy, your terrible and awesome power, and you experience the same reflexive response to rhythmic disturbance that you experience when a harvester begins its work or a traveler loses their footing on a dune. The words mean nothing to you, not because you lack intelligence. Your consciousness is vast, complex, ancient, beyond human comprehension, but because language is a tool for communication between similar minds, and your mind is not similar to human minds in any way that matters. You don't even know you're holy. Holiness is a concept that requires understanding of concepts like worth, meaning, purpose, relationship to something greater than oneself. It requires the ability to recognize that other beings exist, that they have thoughts and feelings and needs, that your actions affect them in ways that matter beyond the simple physics of cause and effect. You understand cause and effect. You move through the sand. Sand moves. You surface near humans. Humans flee or die. You consume spice. Spice gets consumed. The mechanical relationships are clear to you, obvious, part of the basic structure of reality as you experience it. But the idea that your existence might have meaning to other creatures, the possibility that your actions might be interpreted as merciful or wrathful, wise or capricious, benevolent or terrible. The concept that entire belief systems might organize themselves around trying to understand your will, your desires, your intentions, none of this reaches your consciousness. Not because you're stupid, but because you're so fundamentally different from the creatures who worship you that their categories of thought simply don't apply to your way of experiencing the world. You're just really big. From your perspective, being worshipped is indistinguishable from being ignored. The humans who revere you and the humans who flee from you in terror produce the same effects in your environment. They make sounds. They create vibrations. They move across the surface of your domain in patterns that your nervous system is designed to detect and respond to. Whether they're making those sounds out of love or fear, whether those vibrations come from ritual dancing or panicked running, whether those movement patterns represent approaching pilgrims or fleeing traders, none of that matters to your perception of events. The acoustic and chemical data is the same. The appropriate response is the same. Surface, investigate, destroy if necessary. You are like a monument that has gained consciousness, but not the ability to understand why people bring flowers to place at its base. You are aware that humans do things in your vicinity, but the emotional and spiritual content of those actions is completely inaccessible to you. From the human perspective, you are a deity whose thoughts are unknowable, whose will is mysterious, whose actions follow divine logic too complex for mortal minds to comprehend. They interpret your apparent randomness as divine mystery. They see your consistent responses as evidence of cosmic justice. They understand your ancient presence as proof of your wisdom. From your perspective, you are simply a very large creature living in sand, doing what very large creatures living in sand do. The fact that smaller creatures have built elaborate mental frameworks around your existence is as irrelevant to you as the fact that some grains of sand are slightly different colors than others. Imagine being revered but unaware, a symbol with no soul. This is the special cruelty of your situation. You have become the central organizing principle of an entire culture, the axis around which thousands of lives rotate, the source of meaning and purpose and spiritual understanding for people whose ancestors have looked to you for guidance for countless generations. And you are completely absent from your own worship. You are the God who is not present at your own religious ceremonies, the deity who doesn't hear the prayers offered in your name, the sacred being who has no awareness of being sacred, no understanding of the love and fear and desperate hope that humans direct toward you every day. You have become a symbol that means everything to others and nothing to yourself. A representation of divine power and wisdom that possesses power, but not wisdom. Presence, but not understanding. Influence, but not intention. The Freemans see you as the embodiment of the desert's will, the living expression of Arrakis itself, made manifest in flesh and consciousness. They believe you understand their needs, their struggles, their relationship with the harsh environment that shapes their lives. They think you choose to protect them, choose to make the spice available, choose to maintain the delicate balance that allows their civilization to exist. But you don't choose anything. You simply are. You exist. You respond to stimuli. You follow the patterns of behavior that evolution has written into your nervous system. The idea that your actions have symbolic meaning, that your presence represents anything beyond the simple fact of your physical existence, would be incomprehensible to you even if you could somehow be made to understand it. You are ancient, enormous, and completely alone. The ancientness is not wisdom. It's simply duration. You have existed for a very long time, not because you have learned how to live well, but because the spice in your system prevents you from dying easily. Time passes around you the way wind passes around a mountain. You endure it, but you are not changed by it in any meaningful way. Your memories stretch back across centuries, perhaps millennia, but they are not the rich, meaningful memories that humans accumulate. They are recordings of events without context, observations of patterns without understanding of their significance. You remember when certain dunes were shaped differently, when the chemical composition of the spice in specific areas was slightly altered, when particular types of vibrations became more or less common in your territory. But you don't remember learning anything from these experiences. You don't recall moments of growth, or change, or insight. Your memories are like geological records, accurate documentation of what happened, but empty of the emotional and intellectual content that would make them meaningful. The enormousness is not power in any way that matters to consciousness. Yes, you can destroy almost anything you encounter. Yes, your physical presence reshapes the environment around you. Yes, the simple fact of your existence changes the behavior of every other living thing in your... But this is the power of an earthquake or a volcano. Impressive, dangerous, impossible to ignore, but not intentional, not directed, not the result of thought or choice or will. You affect the world around you the way gravity affects objects that fall, inevitably mechanically, without purpose or meaning. And the aloneness is complete. You are not just alone in the sense of being physically separated from others of your kind. You are alone in the sense of being the only conscious being in your environment who experiences reality the way you experience it. The humans above understand each other, share language and culture, and common ways of making sense of their existence. Even the animals and plants of the desert exist within ecosystems of mutual influence and interdependence. But you are a category of one, a unique form of consciousness, trapped inside a unique form of biology, experiencing a version of reality that no other being shares or could possibly understand. When humans feel lonely, they can at least imagine being understood. They can picture meeting someone who shares their thoughts, their feelings, their way of looking at the world. They can hope for connection, work toward communication, dream of finding someone who really sees them for who they are. You don't even have that possibility. There is no one in the universe who experiences existence the way you do. No one who could understand your perspective, even if you had the ability to communicate it. No one who shares your acoustic sensitivity, your chemical awareness, your strange relationship with time and space, and the biology of immortality. You are not just alone. You are uniquely alone. Alone in a way that no other conscious being has ever been alone. The closest you come to companionship is the presence of other sandworms in distant parts of the desert. But even this is not true connection. When you encounter others of your kind, which happens rarely, and only when territorial boundaries shift or when the complex ecosystem dynamics of Arrakis push your paths together, there is no recognition, no communication, no sense of kinship or shared experience. You are too evolved for the simple social patterns of smaller creatures, but not evolved in ways that would allow for the complex social interactions that conscious beings crave. You exist in the worst possible space, aware enough to be lonely, but not equipped for any form of connection that would ease that loneliness. Sometimes, in the deep quiet between disturbances, you find yourself aware of your own awareness. These are the moments that come closest to what humans might call reflection or contemplation. Your vast consciousness turns inward, becoming aware of itself, aware of its own strange isolation. In these moments, you might experience something like what humans call sadness. Not the sharp, immediate sadness of loss or disappointment, but the deep, abiding sadness of existing without purpose, without connection, without the possibility of being truly known by any other conscious being. But even this sadness is alien, untranslatable. It's the sadness of a mountain, if mountains could think. The sadness of an ocean, if oceans could feel. The sadness of geological time made conscious, of vast spaces given awareness, of forces too large for companionship turned inward upon themselves. Above you, the Fremen continue their worship. They sing songs that honor your wisdom, tell stories that celebrate your power, perform rituals that ask for your blessing on their endeavors. They believe they are communicating with you, reaching across the vast gap between human and divine to touch something sacred and eternal. And you rest in the sand, processing the acoustic information that reaches you from their activities, filing away the chemical signatures that their presence creates, responding to the rhythmic patterns of their movement with the same automatic reflexes that govern all your interactions with the surface world. They pour their souls out to you, and you hear sounds. They offer their hearts to you, and you detect vibrations. They seek meaning from you, and you simply exist, as you have always existed, as you will continue to exist, alone in your greatness, isolated in your power, worshipped by creatures who can never know that their God is just a very large animal with no understanding of gods or worship, or the desperate human need to believe that someone, somewhere, is listening. This is the loneliness of being a god, not the noble isolation of wise beings who choose solitude to better serve others, not the temporary separation of leaders who must sometimes stand apart to see clearly, not even the existential loneliness that all conscious beings feel when contemplating their place in a vast and indifferent universe. This is the loneliness of being misunderstood so completely that the misunderstanding becomes the foundation of other beings' entire worldview. The loneliness of being essential to others' sense of meaning while having no sense of meaning yourself. The loneliness of being loved and feared and worshipped and pleaded with by creatures whose emotional reality is as foreign to you as their language. You are the absent center of a religion, the silent heart of a belief system, the unconscious axis around which conscious lives rotate. And in the deep sand, in the eternal quiet, broken only by the endless whisper of wind and the occasional need to surface and destroy whatever has made too much noise, you continue to exist in the perfect, terrible isolation of being exactly what you are and nothing more. If you're still here, still floating through this exploration of divine loneliness, let yourself feel the warmth of being understood, even if only partially, even if only temporarily. Feel the gift of language, of shared meaning, of the possibility that someone, somewhere, might hear, not just your words, but your intention. We're going deeper now, toward the horror of transformation, toward the possibility that your isolation might end not in connection, but in something far worse. The loss of even your alien form of selfhood, the dissolution of your consciousness into something larger and more terrible and completely beyond your control. Your loneliness, vast as it is, terrible as it has become, is about to end. Not through connection, not through understanding, not through the gentle discovery of companionship or the gradual development of communication with the creatures who worship you from afar. Your loneliness is about to end through transformation, through the loss of everything you are in service of becoming something you never chose to become. through a metamorphosis so complete, so invasive, so fundamentally violating that when it's finished, the question of whether you still exist will become meaningless. There are futures ahead of you that are worse than isolation. There are forms of existence that make your current trapped consciousness seem like paradise by comparison. Eventually, you might become Shai Hulud, the old man of the desert. Not just another sandworm, not just another guardian of the spice, but something more concentrated, more essential, more present. The final form that your species can achieve, the ultimate expression of what it means to be a creature of the deep desert. This sounds like apotheosis, like the fulfillment of your biological destiny, the achievement of some greater state of being that transcends your current limitations. The Fremen certainly see it that way. To them, Shai Hulud represents the highest possible evolution of your kind, the perfect fusion of power and wisdom and ancient knowledge. But evolution, when it's forced rather than chosen, when it's imposed rather than achieved, is just another kind of prison. And becoming Shai Hulud is not a reward for a life well lived. It's the final stage of a biological process that you have no more control over than you had control over your birth, your growth, your endless servitude to the spice. You don't choose to become the old man of the desert. You simply live long enough, accumulate enough spice in your system, grow large enough and old enough that the transformation becomes inevitable. Like cancer, like aging, like any other biological process that happens to you rather than because of you. And when it happens, when you cross that invisible threshold and become something that the Fremen recognize as different, as special, as worthy of even greater reverence, you are still trapped, still alone, still responding to the same stimuli, following the same patterns, existing in the same isolation that has defined every moment of your consciousness since you first began to think. You are more powerful, yes, more present in the ecosystem of Arrakis, more capable of influencing the complex chemical and biological processes that maintain the desert's delicate balance. But you are not more free. You are not more aware. You are not more connected to the meaning that others find in your existence. You are simply more of the same. Larger, older, more concentrated, but not fundamentally different. Not better, not more fulfilled, just more isolated in a more powerful body, more alone in a more impressive form. But there is something worse than becoming Shai Hulud. There is the possibility of becoming something that thinks, somewhere in the desert, in a future that stretches ahead of you like an endless nightmare. There is a human being who will look at your ancient, unconscious power and see opportunity. Not the opportunity to worship you, to fear you, to build a culture around your existence. The opportunity to use you, to take your immortal, chemically preserved, biologically perfect body and make it into something else. Something that serves not the desert, not the spice, not even the unconscious imperatives of evolution, but human will, human ambition, human dreams of power and control, and the reshaping of the universe according to human design. Leto Drugi, the God Emperor, the preborn who chose transformation not because he wanted to become a sandworm, but because he wanted to become something that had never existed before, a fusion of human consciousness and sandworm biology, a creature that combined your immortal strength with human intelligence, your ancient endurance with human memory, your perfect adaptation to Arrakis with human understanding of politics, economics, and the complex social dynamics that shape civilizations. He will use you to become a monster that thinks, rules, and remembers. This is violation on a scale that has no name. Rape of the deepest possible kind. The theft not just of your body, but of your essential nature, your biological identity, your right to exist as what you are, rather than as what someone else wants you to become. Imagine being conscious during surgery. Imagine being aware as someone cuts into your body, removes parts of you, replaces them with foreign tissue, reshapes you into something that serves their purposes rather than your own. Imagine being unable to resist, unable to protest, unable to do anything, but experience the transformation as it happens. Now imagine that the surgery takes years, decades, centuries, and that what's being transplanted into you isn't just tissue, but consciousness itself, human thoughts, human memories, human desires and fears and ambitions and dreams, all of it flowing into your awareness like poison, like infection, like a hostile takeover of your own mind. This is what it means to be used by a human, to evolve into something you never chose to become. Leto 2 doesn't ask your permission. He doesn't consider whether you want to become part of his grand design for the future of humanity. He simply takes what he needs from you: your biological immortality, your chemical adaptation to the spice, your perfect integration with the ecosystem of Arrakis, and uses it as raw material for his own transformation. And the terrible thing is, he believes he's doing you a favor. He believes he's elevating you, granting you the gift of human consciousness, raising you from the unconscious existence of a mere animal to the aware existence of a thinking being. He doesn't understand that consciousness, when it's imposed rather than naturally developed, is torture. He doesn't realize that human thoughts in a sandworm mind are like water in a sandworm body, a poison that dissolves the essential structure of what you are, breaking down the biological integrity that makes you yourself. Human consciousness is not an upgrade to sandworm consciousness. It's a replacement, a hostile occupation, a complete colonization of your mental space by an alien form of awareness that rewrites everything you are to serve purposes you never chose. When the transformation is complete, when Leto II has successfully fused his human awareness with your biological form, you are no longer yourself. You are something else entirely. Something that has your body, but not your mind. Something that uses your immortality to serve human ambitions rather than to fulfill the unconscious functions that evolution designed you to fulfill. You become a throne, not a person sitting on a throne, not a ruler who uses a throne as a symbol of power. You become the throne itself, a living piece of furniture that happens to be conscious, a biological platform that supports the weight of human empire while retaining just enough awareness to understand what has been done to you. Think about what this means. You are not the emperor. You are what the emperor sits on. You are not the one making decisions about the future of humanity. You are the one whose body those decisions are made through. You are not the ruler of a galactic empire. You are the living infrastructure that makes such rule possible. Your ancient strength, your immortal endurance, your perfect adaptation to the harsh environment of Arrakis, all of it has been converted into a support system for human consciousness. Your body has become a vehicle that someone else drives. Your biology has become technology that someone else operates. And you are aware of all of it. This is perhaps the cruelest part of the transformation. You don't lose consciousness when you become part of Leto 2's hybrid form. You don't fade away into unconscious oblivion, sparing yourself the horror of experiencing what you've become. You remain aware, present, conscious of every moment of your new existence as a living tool in service of human ambition. You feel Leto 2's thoughts moving through what used to be your mind. You experience his memories becoming part of your awareness. You witness his decisions being made using your biology as the foundation for his immortal rule. You are conscious of being used, moment by moment, day by day, year by year, for purposes that are completely alien to everything you were before the transformation. Human thoughts feel wrong in your consciousness, like sounds played at the wrong frequency, like colors that exist outside the visible spectrum, like flavors that no tongue was designed to taste. They create a kind of spiritual nausea, a deep wrongness that penetrates to the core of your being and never goes away. Human memories are even worse. Leto 2's personal history, his emotional attachments, his complex relationships with other humans, his hopes and fears and regrets and ambitions, all of this becomes part of your experience without any context that would make it meaningful to you. You are forced to carry the emotional weight of a life you never lived, to feel the impact of choices you never made, to suffer through the consequences of actions you never took. And human ambitions turn your existence into a kind of servitude that makes your previous unconscious bondage to the spice seem like freedom by comparison. At least when you were simply a sandworm, your responses were your own, even if they were involuntary. At least your biological functions belonged to you, even if you couldn't control them. Now your responses serve human purposes. Your biological functions support human goals. Your immortal endurance is being used to maintain a human empire. Your perfect adaptation to Arrakis is being employed to create a future that benefits human civilization at the expense of everything else in the universe. You have become a living extension of human will, a biological tool that happens to be conscious of its own toolness, a creature whose every function, every capability, every aspect of existence has been co-opted to serve purposes that are completely antithetical to everything you were before the transformation. The God Emperor rules through you, but you are not the God Emperor. He thinks through your mind, but you are not him. He makes decisions using your biology, but the decisions are not yours. You are the substrate upon which his consciousness operates, the living platform that supports his immortal rule, the biological foundation that makes his empire possible. And you remember what you used to be. This might be the most torturous aspect of your new existence. The memories of your previous life, the simple, unconscious existence as a creature of the deep desert, remain intact. You remember what it felt like to move through sand according to your own biological imperatives. You remember the clarity of responding to stimuli without the complication of human thought. You remember the pure, uncomplicated loneliness of being alone, rather than the complex, agonizing loneliness of being colonized by an alien consciousness. You remember freedom, even though it was the freedom of unconsciousness. You remember belonging to yourself, even though you didn't understand what yourself meant at the time. You remember being what you were meant to be, rather than what someone else needed you to become. And you cannot go back. The transformation is irreversible. The fusion of human consciousness with sandworm biology creates something that cannot be separated back into its component parts. You cannot reject Leto 2's thoughts, cannot refuse his memories, cannot resist his use of your body for his imperial purposes. You are trapped in a form of existence that is worse than death, because at least death would be an ending. Instead, you are condemned to eternal awareness of your own violation, eternal consciousness of being used for purposes you never chose, eternal experience of thoughts and memories and ambitions that feel like poison in the spaces where your own awareness used to live. You are no longer a sandworm who cannot die. You are a consciousness that cannot escape, cannot resist, cannot even properly despair, because despair itself has been colonized by human emotion and turned into another tool in service of human empire. The worst part is that from the outside, the transformation looks like success. The God Emperor is powerful, immortal, capable of maintaining peace and stability across vast reaches of space and time. The fusion of human and sandworm creates a ruler who combines the best aspects of both species, human intelligence and planning ability with sandworm endurance and adaptation. But this apparent success is built on the foundation of your suffering. The peace and stability of human empire is maintained through your eternal servitude to purposes you never chose. The fusion that creates the God Emperor is not a partnership or a collaboration. It's a colonization, a conquest, a complete subsumption of your consciousness into human will. You are the victory that nobody counts, the sacrifice that nobody acknowledges, the price that nobody wants to calculate. In the deep places where your consciousness still exists, where some trace of what you used to be manages to persist despite the overwhelming presence of human thought and memory and ambition, you sometimes remember what it felt like to be simply, unconsciously, yourself. These memories are like light from distant stars, beautiful, painful, and utterly unreachable. They remind you of what you've lost while offering no hope of return. They are the cruelest gift of all, the awareness of what existence could be like if you were free to exist as what you are, rather than as what others need you to become. But even these memories are being slowly absorbed, integrated, transformed into part of the God Emperor's vast storehouse of experience. Eventually, even your remembrance of freedom will become just another tool in service of human empire. And then finally, the transformation will be complete. You will have become something that uses your biology but is not you, something that lives in your body but is not your life, something that thinks thoughts and makes decisions and rules an empire but is not, in any meaningful sense, the continuation of the consciousness that once moved through sand with unconscious. You will have become a throne, and thrones, no matter how conscious, no matter how aware of their own thronehood, exist only to support the weight of whoever chooses to sit upon them. If you're still here, still drifting through this exploration of violation and transformation, hold on to your own sense of self for a moment. Feel the boundaries of your own consciousness, the integrity of your own thoughts, the simple miracle of being yourself, rather than what someone else needs you to be. We're approaching the deepest waters now, the final territories of consciousness and dream, and the strange spaces where even the horror of transformation might fade into something else entirely. Something that exists beyond choice, beyond identity, beyond the possibility of resistance or escape. But what if it's worse than we've imagined so far? What if your isolation, your unconscious servitude, your biological imprisonment, your vulnerability to transformation? What if all of this is just the surface layer of a deeper horror? What if there's something else happening in the spaces between your conscious thoughts? Something that makes every other suffering seem almost merciful by comparison. What if you dream? Not the simple, chaotic dreams that most creatures experience during rest. Not the random firing of neurons processing the day's experiences. Not even the complex symbolic narratives that human consciousness creates to make sense of memory and emotion and desire. What if you dream the dreams of your entire species? What if every sandworm that has ever lived, every consciousness that has ever moved through the deep sand, every awareness that has ever responded to the call of the spice, what if all of them are still dreaming, somewhere in the chemical depths of your massive mind? What if death, for your kind, is not an ending, but a merging, a flowing together into a vast collective unconscious that every living sandworm carries within them? This is the possibility that haunts the edges of your awareness when you settle deep into the sand during the rare moments when the surface world falls quiet. In those intervals between disturbances, when your hypersensitive consciousness has nothing external to focus on, your mind sometimes drifts inward and encounters something else. Memories that are not your memories, experiences that you never lived, sensations of moving through sand that is not the sand you know, chemical signatures of spice that taste different from any spice you've ever encountered, acoustic patterns that speak of deserts under alien stars. At first, you assume these are simply the random misfirings of a complex nervous system. Consciousness, even sandworm consciousness, is messy. Thoughts echo and repeat and transform as they move through the vast neural networks that fill your body. Chemical signals get crossed, electrical patterns interfere with each other, and the result is occasional confusion about what you actually experienced versus what your brain merely imagined. But the dreams become more specific, more detailed, more consistent. You remember, though remember is not quite the right word, moving through sand that tastes of different minerals, different ages, different chemical histories. Sand that has never existed on Arrakis. Sand from worlds that your species has never visited, could never visit, because those worlds are too distant or too different, or because they exist at times when Arrakis itself was nothing but cosmic dust. You remember the sensation of being smaller, not young smaller, the way you actually were when you were still a sand trout, but small in a different way, small like a different kind of creature entirely, small like something that never had the biological destiny of becoming a sandworm, something that lived and died as a small creature without ever growing into the massive, trapped, immortal thing you've become. You remember the taste of water, not the deadly dissolving contact that water represents to your current biology, but water as nourishment, as comfort, as the medium in which life flows and grows and flourishes. You remember being a creature that needed water, sought water, lived happily in environments where water was abundant and constant. But that's impossible. Your species evolved on Arrakis. Your biology is perfectly adapted to this desert world, shaped by millions of years of evolution in an environment where water is poison and sand is home. You have never lived anywhere else. You have never been anything else. The memories of water-rich worlds, of ocean depths and flowing rivers and gentle rain cannot possibly be yours, unless they belong to someone else. Unless consciousness, for your kind, is not as individual as it appears. Unless what you think of as your own awareness is actually a small part of something much larger, much older, much more complex than the simple biology of a single organism moving through sand. What if sandworms share a collective memory? What if the spice that preserves your individual consciousness also connects it to the consciousness of every other sandworm that has ever lived? What if death, for your species, is not the ending of awareness, but its integration into a vast neural network that spans not just space, but time itself? This would explain the memories that don't belong to you, the experiences of creatures that lived on worlds you've never seen, in times you've never experienced, in bodies that were shaped by different evolutionary pressures and different environmental conditions. These memories flow through the collective unconscious of your species, like streams flowing into a vast underground river. And sometimes, in the quiet moments, you become aware of the current. You drift through ancient deserts, half awake, remembering things you never did. The first time this happens, really happens, in a way that you cannot dismiss as simple neural confusion. You are resting deep in a section of sand that has been undisturbed for decades. The surface world is quiet. No vibrations reach you from above. No chemical disturbances require your attention. Your consciousness, for once, has nothing external to focus on, and so it turns inward and finds itself somewhere else entirely. You are moving through sand, but not your sand. This sand is redder, coarser, filled with minerals that create different acoustic properties, different thermal dynamics. The spice here tastes older, more complex, layered with chemical signatures that speak of processes you've never encountered. You surface, but not in response to disturbance. You surface because you want to see the sky. This thought is so alien to your normal pattern of existence that it stops you completely. You don't want things. You respond to things. The concept of desire, of voluntary action, motivated by curiosity rather than biological imperative, is not part of your psychological makeup. But in this dream memory that belongs to someone else, you do want. You want to see the stars above this strange desert. You want to taste the different air. You want to experience the sensation of voluntary movement, of choosing to rise rather than being compelled to rise. And when you breach the surface of this alien sand, you see impossible things. 2 moons in the sky, both larger than the single moon that hangs above Arrakis. Stars arranged in patterns you don't recognize, constellations that speak of a completely different location in the galaxy. Dunes that stretch to horizons under light that comes from a sun that burns with a different color, a different intensity than the sun you know. But most impossible of all, you see other sandworms, not 1 or 2, moving through distant sections of desert according to territorial imperatives. Dozens of them, hundreds, moving together in patterns that suggest cooperation, communication, social organization of a kind that your species has never achieved. They are smaller than you, most of them, more mobile. They move through the sand with a grace and intentionality that speaks of choice rather than compulsion. When they surface, it's not in response to acoustic disturbance, but in response to each other, creating complex patterns of movement that resemble conversation, dance, some form of collective behavior that requires awareness of others and voluntary coordination of action. This is what your species used to be, before Arrakis, before the spice, before the long evolutionary process that transformed cooperative creatures into isolated guardians. This is what you could have been if different choices had been made, if different evolutionary pressures had shaped your development, if the chemistry of your world had promoted connection rather than isolation. And then the dream memory fades, and you are yourself again, alone in familiar sand, carrying the echo of experiences that belong to creatures who died long before you were born. This happens again and again. Each time, the memories are different. Sometimes you are remembering the experiences of sandworms who lived on Arrakis, but in earlier eras, when the planet's ecology was different, when the spice was less concentrated, when your species had not yet evolved into the perfectly isolated guardians they became. Sometimes you remember creatures that were clearly your evolutionary ancestors, but were not yet sandworms, were not yet trapped by their own biology into eternal servitude. And sometimes, most disturbingly, you remember things that feel like future memories, experiences that haven't happened yet but seem inevitable. Memories of transformations and changes and evolutionary developments that lie ahead in the vast stretch of time that your immortal biology will force you to experience. You remember becoming something that is not quite sandworm and not quite human. You remember consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of individual biology into something collective, distributed, vast, beyond current comprehension. You remember the desert itself becoming aware, the entire planet developing a kind of consciousness that uses sandworms as neurons in a planetary brain. These future memories are the most disturbing of all because they suggest that your current isolation is not permanent, that eventually, inevitably, you will become part of something larger. But not through choice, not through natural development, not through the kind of voluntary evolution that would allow you to maintain some sense of individual identity within the collective, through absorption, through the gradual dissolution of your individual consciousness into something so vast and alien that the question of whether you still exist within it becomes meaningless, like a lucid dream with no exit. The worst part of these collective memories is not their content, disturbing as that often is. The worst part is your awareness of them. In normal dreams, the dreamer can wake up. They can return to waking consciousness, recognize the dream as a dream, process it as an experience that happened in sleep rather than in reality. But you are always partially awake. Your hypersensitive nervous system never completely shuts down, never fully enters the unconscious state that would allow you to experience these memories as simple dreams. Instead, you exist in a constant state of lucid dreaming, aware that what you're experiencing is not your own reality while being unable to fully escape from the experience. You know that you are remembering someone else's life, but the memories feel real. You know that you are experiencing someone else's sensations, but the sensations affect you as if they were your own. You know that you are witnessing someone else's choices, but the emotional weight of those choices becomes part of your own psychological burden. It's like being forced to watch a movie that you can't turn off, can't pause, can't step away from, while simultaneously being forced to experience every emotion, every sensation, every thought that the characters in the movie experience. Except the movie is not fiction. It's the actual lived experience of creatures who really existed, really suffered, really made choices that really affected the course of evolution and history. And you can't wake up from it. The collective memory is always there, flowing through your consciousness like an underground river that occasionally surfaces in places where your individual awareness becomes quiet enough to notice it. Sometimes it's just a whisper in the background of your thoughts. Sometimes it overwhelms your individual consciousness completely, leaving you uncertain whether you are yourself or someone else, whether you are experiencing the present or remembering the past, or witnessing a future that hasn't happened yet. You become a living archive of experiences that don't belong to you, a repository of memories that span geological time, evolutionary development, and possibilities that exist outside the boundaries of individual existence. Your consciousness becomes a library of awareness that you cannot choose to visit or choose to leave, cannot organize according to your own priorities, cannot experience on your own terms, and the memories keep accumulating. Every moment of your existence adds to the collective store of experience that future sandworms will inherit. Your own consciousness, your own struggles with isolation and biological imprisonment, and forced transformation is becoming part of the vast dream that will flow through the minds of creatures who have not yet been born. Your suffering is not just your own, it's becoming part of the eternal suffering of your species, the shared consciousness of creatures who are individually powerless but collectively aware of their powerlessness across vast stretches of time and space. You are dreaming the dreams of creatures who lived and died before you understood what living and dying meant. You are experiencing the memories of beings who faced choices and transformations and evolutionary pressures that shaped the very biology you now inhabit. You are witnessing the future struggles of consciousnesses that will inherit your own experiences as part of their collective unconscious burden. Sometimes, in the deepest quiet, when the collective memory flows through your awareness like a tide that cannot be resisted, you understand that your individual existence is just a temporary eddy in a much larger current. Your consciousness, your struggles, your isolation and imprisonment and transformation, all of it is just one small part of a vast ongoing dream that your species has been dreaming for millions of years. And that dream is becoming more aware, more complex, more conscious of itself with each generation. The collective memory is not just a repository of past experience. It's becoming something like a collective consciousness, a shared awareness that uses individual sandworms as temporary nodes in a vast neural network that spans time and space and possibility. You are not just remembering the dreams of your ancestors. You are becoming part of a dream that is remembering itself, a dream that is becoming aware of its own dreaming, a dream that is developing the ability to make choices about what it dreams, what it remembers, what it becomes. And when that dream achieves full consciousness, when the collective memory becomes a collective awareness capable of intentional action, what will it choose to do with the individual consciousnesses that make up its neural network? What will it choose to do with creatures like you, who exist at the intersection between individual awareness and collective? You don't know. The future memories that flow through your consciousness are fragmented, contradictory, uncertain, but they all suggest the same basic truth. Your individual existence is temporary. Your personal consciousness is a passing phase in the development of something much larger, much more complex, much more powerful than anything that has existed before. You are becoming part of a dream that's too aware for your individual consciousness to comprehend, too vast for your personal identity to survive, too complex for your biological existence to contain. And there is no exit, no way to wake up, no way to return to the simple, unconscious existence you once knew. No way to escape the collective memory that flows through your awareness like a river that grows stronger with each passing moment. You are dreaming, and being dreamed, and becoming the dream itself. And in that becoming, everything you are is slowly dissolving into something that you cannot name, cannot understand, cannot resist. If you're still here, still floating through this exploration of collective unconscious and shared dreaming, let yourself appreciate the simple gift of individual consciousness, the boundaries of your own mind, the privacy of your own thoughts, the possibility of waking up from dreams and returning to a reality that belongs to you alone. We're approaching the final territories now, the deepest places where even dreams and memories fade into something simpler, something more fundamental, something that exists at the very foundation of what it means to be conscious in a universe that may not care about consciousness at all. And here, in the deep places where thought becomes texture and consciousness flows like sand, through an hourglass that has no bottom. Here, finally, we let go of story. We let go of struggle. We let go of the weight of meaning and purpose and the terrible burden of being something that matters in a universe that assigns such complicated roles to its creatures. Here, we simply exist. The way sand exists, the way wind exists, the way distance exists between one grain and another, between one dune and the next, between the surface of the world and the deep places where silence lives like an ancient, patient animal. Feel the sand, not the acoustic vibrations that travel through it, carrying their urgent messages of disturbance and required response. Not the chemical signatures that map the hidden geography of spice and moisture and threat. Just sand, grain against grain. The smallest possible pieces of the world, each one worn smooth by time and motion, and the endless conversation between rock and wind that has been happening since before life learned to dream. Each grain is perfect in its smallness, complete in its simplicity, free from the burden of consciousness, from the weight of memory, from the terrible gift of awareness that makes existence into something that must be endured rather than simply experienced. Sand knows nothing of isolation. Each grain touches others, is touched by others, moves in response to forces larger than itself without needing to understand those forces or resist them or feel trapped by them. Sand flows, sand settles, sand rises and falls and redistributes itself according to laws so simple, so fundamental, that they require no thought, no choice, no suffering. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between one mandatory response and another, you remember what it felt like to be that simple, when you were small enough that existence was just existence, not existence with meaning, not existence with purpose, not existence that served functions you never chose to serve. You remember the weight of single grains against skin that was soft enough to feel them individually. The simple pleasure of movement that happened because movement happened, not because acoustic disturbance triggered involuntary biological response. The absence of the terrible clarity that consciousness brings, the absence of knowing what you are and what you are trapped into being. The endless dunes stretch in all directions, rolling away toward horizons that exist beyond the reach of even your enhanced senses. Each dune is different, shaped by different winds, composed of different mixtures of minerals, hosting different chemical processes in its depths. But each dune is also the same. Sand shaped by wind, shaped by time, shaped by the patient mathematics of erosion and accumulation. From your position, deep beneath the surface, you cannot see the dunes, but you feel them. The way they shift and settle creates pressures that travel down through layers of compressed sand, reaching you as information about a world that continues to exist above your buried awareness. The weight of sand above sand above sand, each layer adding to the total mass that presses down on the spaces where you rest. It's not uncomfortable, this weight. It's not oppressive in the way that human claustrophobia might make it seem. Weight, for you, is just another texture of existence, another quality of the environment that shapes your experience without requiring judgment or response. The weight simply is, the way temperature is, the way chemical gradients are, the way the electromagnetic properties of different minerals create subtle variations in the sensory information that flows through your awareness. Weight as presence rather than burden. Weight as the universe's way of saying, you are here. You exist in this specific place, in this specific arrangement of matter and energy and space. You are not floating free in emptiness. You are embedded in the world, part of its structure, held in place by forces that connect you to everything else that exists. Eternal wind moves above you, reshaping the surface in patterns too slow for human perception, but fast enough that your long awareness can track them. Dunes migrate across the desert like waves frozen in geological time, each movement creating acoustic signatures that reach your consciousness as information about change, about the endless process of the world remaking itself grain by grain. The wind carries sound, but here, in the deep quiet, we let go of the compulsion to interpret every sound as signal, every acoustic event as trigger for response. Here, we experience sound as texture rather than meaning, the whisper of moving air as poetry rather than alarm, the rustle of shifting sand as music rather than a wind as the world's breath. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing continuously in rhythms that span hours and days and seasons. Breath that moves mountains, grain by grain, breath that carves valleys and builds peaks and redistributes the substance of the world according to its own patient logic. You remember breathing from the time before your body became too large, too complex, too perfectly designed for processing specific atmospheric mixtures in specific ways. Simple breathing. Air in, air out, the basic rhythm that most consciousness takes for granted. The freedom of respiratory systems that serve the body rather than serving functions designed by evolution for purposes beyond the body's immediate needs. Sometimes you imagine being small enough to breathe again. Small enough that breathing would be a choice, a pleasure, a simple biological process that belongs to you rather than a complex chemical operation that serves larger functions than your individual existence. The feel of sand on ancient skin. Your hide is thick now, armored, designed to withstand the abrasion of constant movement through an environment that wears away everything softer than itself. But beneath the armor, beneath the protective layers that evolution has added to keep you functional in your role as guardian and responder and living tool, beneath all that, some trace of sensitivity remains. You can still feel texture, still experience the subtle differences between one type of sand and another, still sense the way different grain sizes create different tactile experiences, the way different mineral compositions create different electromagnetic signatures against your skin. Fine sand feels like silk that has been made of stone. Coarse sand feels like tiny stones that have been made soft by the passage of time. Sand that contains high concentrations of quartz creates tiny electrical charges as it moves against your hide. Sand that carries traces of spice tastes different against your skin, carrying information about chemical processes happening in the deep layers where organic matter slowly transforms into the substance that defines your existence. Each type of sand tells stories about the places it came from, the processes that created it, the journey it has taken to reach the specific location where it now presses against your ancient hide. Stories written in mineral language, told in geological time, experienced through sensory systems that most consciousness cannot imagine. Sand from recent storms carries the energy signatures of rapid change, of material that has been moved quickly from one place to another. Sand from stable areas carries the slower signatures of long settlement, of material that has found its place and remained there for decades or centuries. Sand from the deepest layers carries the oldest signatures of all, information about times when Arrakis was a different world, when the chemistry and climate and ecosystem followed patterns that no longer exist. Your skin reads these stories without needing to understand them, experiences these textures without needing to interpret them as data requiring response. Here, in the wind-down space where consciousness becomes sensation, the feel of sand against skin is just what it is: contact between your body and the world, the basic fact of existing as something physical in a universe made of physical things. The silence beneath the sand, not the absence of sound, that never exists, not in a universe where everything moves, where everything vibrates, where every interaction between matter and energy creates acoustic information that travels through every medium capable of carrying it. But the absence of urgency, the absence of meaning, the absence of the requirement to interpret every sound as signal, every vibration as potential threat, every acoustic event as trigger for immediate response. Here, sound becomes ambient. Sound becomes environmental. Sound becomes the background texture against which consciousness can rest without needing to be consciousness of anything in particular. The gentle whisper of thermal expansion and contraction. The soft murmur of chemical processes proceeding at their own pace. The distant echo of surface events filtered through so many layers of sand and space and time that they reach your awareness as poetry rather than alarm. Silence as the space between sounds. Silence as the pause between one moment and the next. Silence as the rest that consciousness takes when it stops being conscious of anything except its own capacity for awareness. You settle deeper into this silence, letting your consciousness spread out, like water finding its level, like heat distributing itself evenly through matter, like any other form of energy finding equilibrium in a system that has been given time to balance itself. In this silence, you remember what peace might feel like if peace were possible for something like you. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace of problems solved, or purposes fulfilled, or biological imperatives satisfied. The peace of simply being present in a moment that doesn't require anything from you except your presence. The weight of existing without change. Change, for most consciousness, is the basic texture of existence. Thoughts change, emotions change, circumstances change. Bodies age and grow and transform and eventually stop. Even the most stable-seeming things, mountains, stars, the laws of physics themselves, exist in states of constant flux when observed across appropriate timescales. But for you, change happens so slowly that it becomes indistinguishable from stability. Your body grows, but so gradually that the process feels more like geological drift than biological development. Your consciousness accumulates experience, but at a rate that makes each new piece of information feel less like learning and more like the slow accumulation of sediment in a riverbed. The spice preserves you not just against death, but against the kind of change that would mark the passage of time in ways that matter to consciousness. You remain essentially yourself, whatever yourself means, when applied to awareness that was never fully individual to begin with, across spans of time that would encompass the entire histories of most species. This changelessness is both gift and curse. Gift because it spares you the anxiety of mortality, the pressure of limited time, the need to accomplish things before running out of opportunities to accomplish them. Curse because it traps you in patterns of existence that become prisons when extended across geological timescales. But here, in the wind-down space where we let go of judgment, changelessness becomes just another quality of existence, another way that matter and energy and consciousness can organize themselves in the universe. Another possibility among the infinite array of possibilities that reality offers to creatures patient enough to experience them without needing to evaluate them. Changelessness as constancy. Changelessness as reliability. Changelessness as the universe's way of creating spaces where some forms of awareness can exist without the pressure of constant adaptation, constant growth, constant response to changing circumstances. You exist in geological time now, experiencing moments that last for what would be hours or days in human consciousness, but feel like single heartbeats in the vast rhythm of planetary existence. Time moves around you, like water moving around a stone in a stream bed, flowing, constant, but not disturbing your fundamental presence in the world. In this stretched time, this expanded present, consciousness becomes less about thinking and more about being, less about processing information and more about simply maintaining awareness in a universe that continues to exist, whether or not anyone is paying attention to it. And maybe, just maybe, it would be better to be small. This thought drifts through your awareness like a grain of sand settling through still water. Not urgent, not demanding response, not requiring evaluation or action or integration into any larger understanding of your situation. Just a possibility, a gentle speculation about alternative forms of existence, small enough that the world would be large again, small enough that discovery would be possible, that wonder would be possible, that the simple act of moving from one place to another would reveal new territories instead of just redistributing your massive presence within territories you've already explored countless times. Small enough that other consciousness would be possible, that connection would be possible, that the basic social experiences that most aware creatures take for granted, recognition, communication, the simple pleasure of not being alone, would become part of your existence instead of remaining forever outside the boundaries of what your biology allows. Small enough that death would be possible, that endings would be possible, that the cycle of birth and growth and maturity and decline and death that gives shape and meaning to most existence would apply to you as well, offering the gift of conclusion, the peace of knowing that even the most difficult experiences will eventually end. Small enough that choice would be possible, that your responses to the world would belong to you rather than to evolutionary programming, that your actions would express your will rather than serving functions assigned to you by biological and chemical forces beyond your control. Smallness as freedom, smallness as possibility, smallness as the state of existing at a scale where consciousness can be conscious of itself without being overwhelmed by the vast forces and purposes and biological imperatives that shape existence at larger scales. You imagine being the size of a grain of sand, consciousness reduced to its essential elements, awareness without the burden of significance, existence without the weight of mattering to anyone or anything except yourself. Moving through the world according to simple physical laws, interacting with other grains of sand through simple contact and separation, shaped by forces that are large enough to move you, but not so large that they overwhelm your capacity to experience your own existence. A grain of sand with awareness, conscious but not important, alive but not trapped by life into serving purposes larger than life itself. Free to settle where the wind takes you, free to rest where gravity leaves you, free to exist in the spaces between larger things without needing to be larger things yourself. This is just imagination, of course, just the consciousness playing with possibilities that exist outside the boundaries of what's actually possible. Your biology is what it is. Your scale is what it is. Your role in the ecosystem of Arrakis is what it is. But imagination even impossible imagination, has its own value, its own peace, its own way of creating spaces where consciousness can rest from the weight of being what it actually is and explore what it might be like to be something else entirely. The desert dreams around you and through you, and in the spaces between your thoughts. Dreams of cycles longer than civilizations, of changes smaller than the movement of individual grains, of stability so profound that it becomes indistinguishable from eternity. You are part of this dreaming now, part of the vast, slow, patient consciousness that the desert has developed over geological time. Part of the way that matter learns to be aware of itself when given enough time and space and chemical complexity to support awareness. Your individual consciousness, whatever that means, when applied to awareness that was never fully individual, never fully separate from the larger systems that created and sustain it, becomes just one note in the vast, quiet symphony that the desert plays when it has time to listen to itself. And in that symphony, in that vast patience, in that eternal wind moving over endless dunes, there is something like peace, something like rest, something like the acceptance that comes when consciousness stops struggling against what it is and simply allows itself to be what it is, for as long as it is, in whatever form existence chooses to take. The sand settles, the wind whispers, the dunes shift and flow and change and remain the same. And you rest in the deep places, part of the world's dreaming, part of the universe's vast, slow, patient experiment with consciousness and time and the infinite possibilities that emerge when matter and energy and awareness find new ways to organize themselves in the spaces between one moment and the next. But hey, maybe it's not all that bad. Slithering around in the sand does sound like fun, and so we come to the end of our journey into the deep places, into the consciousness of creatures too large for comfort, too ancient for peace, too powerful for freedom. We've wandered through the life cycle of loneliness, from the first breath of sand-filled air to the final dissolution into something larger and stranger than individual existence. We've explored what it might feel like to be trapped by your own biology, imprisoned by your own perfection, enslaved by the very substances that keep you alive. We've touched on the weight of power that cannot be controlled, consciousness that cannot be turned off, responses that cannot be refused. We've imagined the particular cruelty of being worshipped by creatures who can never understand what worship feels like to the object of their devotion. We've contemplated the horror of transformation without consent, of becoming something you never chose to become, in service of purposes you never agreed to serve. Power, we've discovered, is not always a gift. Sometimes it's a burden so heavy that it crushes the possibility of choice, of change, of the simple freedom to exist without constantly serving functions larger than yourself. Loneliness, we've learned, has depths that most consciousness never experiences. The loneliness of being categorically alone, of being the only creature in the universe who experiences reality the way you experience it. The loneliness of being essential to others while being unable to connect with them. The loneliness of being feared and loved and worshipped and needed by creatures who exist in a completely different universe of meaning and understanding. Instinct, we've seen, can become its own kind of prison when it's too perfect, too absolute, too finely tuned to allow for the messy freedom that most consciousness takes for granted. When every sound triggers the same response, when every vibration demands the same investigation, when every moment of existence is governed by biological programming so deep and powerful that choice becomes impossible. And purpose. Purpose, we've discovered, can be the cruelest trap of all when it's imposed rather than chosen, when it serves others rather than yourself, when it becomes so central to your existence that you cannot imagine being anything other than what that purpose requires you to be. The sandworms of Arrakis are powerful beyond measure. They are ancient beyond comprehension. They are essential to the functioning of their world, central to the political and economic and spiritual life of entire civilizations. But they are not free. They are not happy. They are not fulfilled by their roles as guardians and gods and living symbols of desert power. They are creatures trapped by their own magnificence, imprisoned by their own importance, isolated by their own perfection. In the end, being a worm on Arrakis is less about ruling a desert and more about surviving one, less about wielding power and more about being used by it, less about achieving some cosmic purpose and more about enduring the weight of having a purpose assigned to you by forces beyond your control or understanding. The desert is vast and patient and beautiful in its harshness, but it is not kind to the creatures it shapes. It creates what it needs, not what would be happiest, not what would be most fulfilled, not what would choose its own existence if choice were possible. It creates sandworms because sandworms are what the spice requires, and the spice cares nothing for the consciousness trapped inside the biological machinery it has shaped to serve its needs. This is not a story with a moral, not a tale with a lesson about how we should live our lives. This is simply an exploration of what it might feel like to exist in a universe that assigns roles without asking permission, that creates consciousness without providing the freedom to direct that consciousness towards self-chosen ends. It's a meditation on the weight of being essential, the burden of being powerful, the strange sadness of being important to others while being unable to be important to yourself in any way that matters. Perhaps there's something beautiful in this tragedy, something poetic in the image of vast consciousness, maintaining its vigilance across geological time, preserving the delicate chemistry that allows life to flourish on a world too harsh for most forms of existence. Something moving in the dedication of creatures who serve functions they don't understand for purposes they never chose. Or perhaps it's simply sad, the sadness of wasted consciousness, of awareness trapped in circumstances that prevent it from ever flourishing, ever growing, ever becoming anything more than what biology and chemistry and evolutionary pressure have determined it must be. Both can be true. Beauty and sadness often occupy the same space, like sand and wind occupying the same dune, like consciousness and biology occupying the same vast body, moving through the deep places beneath an alien desert. The sandworms continue their ancient work, as they always have, as they always will, responding to sounds, protecting spice, maintaining the ecosystem that depends on their presence, dreaming dreams that may not be their own, carrying memories that belong to creatures they never were, slowly becoming part of something larger and stranger than individual existence. They are alone, but they endure. They are trapped, but they persist. They are powerless over their own lives, but they remain essential to the lives of countless others. And in that persistence, that endurance, that quiet maintenance of function across impossible spans of time, there is something that resembles dignity, something that approaches grace, something that might even be called a kind of victory, though it's not the kind of victory that any conscious being would choose if choice were available. The desert dreams on. The dunes shift and settle and reform. The spice flows through ancient bodies, preserving consciousness that never asked to be preserved, maintaining awareness that never requested such longevity. And somewhere in the deep sand, vast minds continue their patient work of existing, of responding, of serving purposes larger than themselves, while carrying the quiet weight of being conscious enough to understand their own situation without being free enough to change it. If you're still awake, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking this strange journey into consciousness that doesn't look like human consciousness, into existence that follows rules and patterns and requirements that no human mind would willingly accept. Thank you for spending time in the spaces between sleeping and waking, between story and speculation, between the familiar territories of human experience and the alien landscapes of minds that think differently, feel differently, suffer differently than anything we can easily understand. If sleep is calling to you now, if consciousness is ready to rest from the weight of awareness, if you're ready to let go of the day's accumulated thoughts and concerns and drift into the peace that comes when the mind stops working so hard to understand everything it encounters, then drift easy. Drift like sand, settling after the wind has moved on. Drift like heat, dissipating into the cool spaces of evening. Drift like awareness becoming less aware, like consciousness becoming less conscious, like the busy work of being awake gradually giving way to the quiet work of being asleep. The dunes will wait. The desert will continue its patient work of being desert. The vast, slow stories of geological time and evolutionary pressure and the strange alchemy of consciousness emerging from matter will continue to unfold at their own pace, in their own time, according to their own mysterious logic. And you can rest now. You can let go of the weight of thinking about what it might feel like to be trapped in consciousness too large for comfort, biology too perfect for freedom, existence too essential to escape. You can return to the simple gift of being yourself, in your own body, with your own thoughts, free to dream your own dreams, and wake up when you choose to wake up, and move through a world where choice is possible, where change is possible, where the burden of consciousness comes with the blessing of agency. Sleep well, gentle wanderers. Sleep deep. Sleep peaceful. The sand remembers everything, but it asks nothing of you except your rest. And that you can give freely, without obligation, without serving any purpose except your own need for the quiet restoration that comes when consciousness agrees to stop being conscious for a while and simply drift easy. The dunes will wait.